good time for football here in the city of Pittsburgh. Welcome to Acrisure Stadium. Tonight, a good one here in the AFC. It's the Miami Dolphins and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Please welcome your 2025 Pittsburgh Steelers.
Ball is teed up. Chris Boswell to do the honors. And here we go on Monday Night Primetime. Here comes Malik Washington. All right, and in the end block, this is going to make it out to the 30. So the Dolphins offense headed out for their opening drive. I know you love this guy, Brock, a fellow lefty like you, now in his 6th season, Tua Tagovailoa.
I've heard from many of Tua's peers in the league that there's just not a more accurate guy. If you wanted to just do an accuracy test in the NFL, Tua's going to hit that target as much as anybody in the league. Avoiding injury and being available is really the only question mark now in Tua's career.
They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a first down.
It's a gain of 10.
Kind of seems to me like somebody was just kind of waiting for prime time. Brought his best out with the very first carry and's got us off and running.
Going to the ground again on first. And they catch him, but not until he's picked up 8 yards. It's second down. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Last run got him 9, so now they need one more here on second down. Motioning Washington right. Second down carry for H. They stop him just in time. He got back to the line, but denied the yard they needed. Third down coming up. Formation coming out on 3rd and inches. Ooh, the hard count worked. Somebody jumped. I think this is going to give them the first.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense.
Well, it's not a long walk to the new spot, but it is a disappointing one to make. Instead of third down, they're now defending 1st and 10. Running it after the penalty. And he works it down inside the 40. That's a run of 8. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. First down carry got him 9 yards. Here comes 2nd and 1. Switching it up here. Tagovailoa to throw. Finds him over the middle. And they're on him right near the catch point as he gets this to the 24-yard line.
13 yards on the play.
A nice gain of 13 yards as it brings up a first down.
Well, that is pretty darn impeccable timing between the two. They hit a curl route of that length. It takes great anticipation and precision by the quarterback, and the receiver on the other end finishing it, doing his job.
That's incomplete, trying to set up the screen there. Well, no look on his first look of the game, and it's going to be second down.
That just goes to show you can't take any completion for granted, even on some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
From the 24 once again, it's 2nd and 10. Two and out from the gun. But the Dolphins able to track that one down and cover it, so crisis, at least momentarily, averted.
Well, I think you know the only thing redeeming about that play, Kate.
They got the ball back.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, they got the ball back, but a whole lot longer down in distance.
They dodged the turnover, but still 3rd and pretty long they've got to figure out. Third and long for him here. Here's a screen for Achane. And this one doesn't go far. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. Facing 4th down, Dolphins bringing out the field goal unit. This is going to be Riley Patterson to do the honors. It'll be 51 yards from the left hash. And they're trying to will it further, but it just doesn't have the muster. This one falls short. And we continue to await our opening score of this ball game.
Well, once you get out beyond 50 yards, everything in the process has got to be perfect. It's a good effort, but it's going to wind up off the mark.
Good field position as the Steelers come up to it. 1st and 10. Now running for the first time with Jalen Warren. And he gets a few on the plunge forward. Now after battling on that run, we see one of their linemen appears to be injured and in need of some attention. Second down now, they need 7. Rodgers off the play action. No one open on that play, so he's going to chuck this to another county.
And incomplete. Brings up 3rd down and 7.
So after that prior incompletion, it's 3rd down. 3rd and long, they're going to throw. Caught by Warren out of the backfield. And they'll get him down after he gets into the 48. 8 yards on the gain, and the drive continues forward.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
1st down, here's Rodgers. Throw left side finds Freiermuth. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end, because that's their bread and butter. That play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And then when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage. He gets to that edge before the defender can cover him.
Off the play fake, here's Rodgers. That's incomplete left side. So that play doesn't work out, but things make it even worse for them. Looks like one of their big guys out front is in need of a look from the training staff. Last pass unsuccessful. Let's see what they do on 3rd down. Throw again. Rogers. Short throws drops. This one's incomplete.
Intended for Calvin Austin.
We see this all the time. The number one thing you see NFL defenses do to try to force that fourth down, get to down coverage. Put your cover guys on the field. Let the boys up front cut it loose with pressure, and let the cover guys go shut it down.
Facing fourth down, the Steelers opting for the field goal. Chris Boswell out to do the honors. It's a deep shot for him from that left hash. Live ball here. He's going to return it. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. So Miami headed out for its second drive of the game. They could only set up a lengthy field goal attempt their last possession, Brock. So some room to improve in how far they can advance the football here. Pretty good field position awaiting the Dolphins as they head up here, 1st and 10. Out of the gun, Tagovailoa. Ooh, he got hit as he was throwing, and unsurprisingly, it falls incomplete. 2nd down coming up. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Following the incompletion, we stay at the 35. It's 2nd and 10. Hit behind the line, and the ball is loose. It looks like, yes, they say Steeler football.
Sure, you're looking to try to get a first down and 2nd down. You're trying to create a manageable 3rd down, but I'll tell you what you're not trying to do ever is give the ball away. And that's what the offense does to the defense right there.
The Steeler offense out and ready to go for their second drive. They left a few on the table their last time out, Brock, settling for a field goal try that missed the mark. 1st down now, ball at the 33. They toss to Warren, running right. And they blow up the opening play of this drive. Love the aggressiveness from this defense. That's a nice quick correction for this front, Brock. Give up the big play and then get a little back on the very next one.
Exactly the kind of response you want to see from your defense. You got to forget about the big play for now and stay focused on that next snap.
Now here's Rodgers. Dump off caught by his back. And they shut him down on this one. They get him behind the line, and that should push him out of field goal range. Now after making that catch, we see he's shaken up. Trainer's heading out to take a look. Let's see what they went with. 3rd down. Here he goes. 3rd and long. Taking a chance to the end zone. And through the back of the end zone and out of bounds.
That's going to be a play tomorrow. When they watch it on tape, they're going to be kicking themselves a bit. Okay, you get man-to-man coverage down in the red zone, you got to take advantage of it. It's hard. Zone coverage and the windows are so tight. You get man, got to find a way to win.
Here comes Chris Boswell in the Steelers field goal unit. This from the right hash and a considerable distance. It's no good. He needed more leg and he sent it too far right. And we continue to await our opening score of this ball game.
He was hitting from that distance pregame. Heck, we were on the field watching it, and they were confident he could do so again. Just did not work out this time around.
The Dolphins send a running back, Devon Achane, getting back to work. By this point, partner, they're through that opening script, through trying to establish their offense, and yet still no points. Thinking it might be time to start switching things up a little bit, tear up the old game plan and start fresh.
Well, I promise you that's what's buzzing on the headsets and over on the sidelines and in the huddle. Got to find a way to just get into some sort of rhythm.
So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. No luck on first down. Here's 2nd and 10. Slot man's in motion right. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to Achane. Ooh, they're on that one. 2nd down's going to end up in a loss of yards. Now we see he's in some pain after making that tackle. Team personnel out now to take a look at him. This drive is in trouble. Got to figure out 3rd and 12. They'll throw. 3rd and long. Complete to the right side. And a nice game here, but it stopped short of the first.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you, some money will follow.
Waddle now in motion right. Tagovailoa to throw on 4th down. He connects downfield. And they're going to be set up just outside that red zone. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. All set now. 1st and 10. Here's 2 on the keeper. And he won't get beyond the line of scrimmage. Good work by the defense. 2nd down coming up. Now after the run, we see he's visibly shaken up. Team medical staffers headed over to take a look. First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. They run the counter to Achane. He takes it ahead for about 4 yards. It's 3rd down.
Taken down.
When you don't have great success on first down, kid, it's a little bit like a hitter in baseball falling behind in the count. And all you want to do as a hitter is get back to a fighting chance. Give yourself a better count. That play, well, it does the same here. Now a much more manageable and opportune 3rd down situation.
To the air on 3rd and long. Looking in big trouble now, and the ball is out. But the Dolphins able to track that one down and cover it, so crisis, at least momentarily, averted. And the hits just keep coming for them on this play, it seems. Elsewhere on the field, they've got a player hurt and in need of some attention. Now it's Riley Patterson to try this Dolphins field goal. This from 48 on the left hash. And he missed it. It's no good. And we continue to await our opening score of this ball game.
Gosh, it didn't look like anything was wrong with that snap or hold either. He just rushed it a bit, and it winds up off the mark.
The Steelers offense headed out. And it's far from the first time we're seeing this unit head out, Brock. But what we haven't seen so far in this opening half, well, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
No, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. And they'll stop him after he picks up 4 to begin this drive.
It was pretty clear just watching this unfold. They want to find a way to get this player in space where he's most dangerous. Defenders made sure they kept him contained and limited what came off on that one.
4 yards on that first down run. Here's 2nd and 6. Off play action. Here's Rodgers. But I believe a Steeler was first to that football. They make the recovery and keep possession. Ooh, so close to a big play defensively there, Brock. But now these guys got to stay out there. They were unable to bring in the fumble. They just forced.
They do. Got to bring a little bit of juice. But kind of like a boxer when they get a guy cut, they know. Man, if I get that first cut, I can make them bleed. And you get that ball out the first time, I guarantee you, I promise you, those guys are thinking they'll get it the next.
Well, they got the football back, Brock, but things don't look much better. It's 3rd and long. Looking out of the gun. Here's Rodgers. Trouble now, and the ball is out. And it looks like the Dolphins have it.
You know, Kate, we talk about these wide receivers all the time and their incredible body control, but I'll say this, these pass rushers in this day and age, the body control they have to get home on these sacks, but more importantly, to create these strip sacks is so hard to do, and that is a master's class in how to take the ball away. Well done.
Miami set to take over once again on offense. And it's been a very slow start offensively. Let's see if this drive is the one they can break through and put up the game's first points. First look, a little pistol formation as they come to the line. 1st and 10. Here's Achane on the pistol. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play. We get a stoppage here. One of their big blockers up front. In some pain following that play. He's being attended to. Last run only gained a yard. That means it's 2nd and 9. Tua off the play fake. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. Gonna have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long.
Oh, that drop is such a bummer because it ruins the payoff of such a well-designed play, Kate. Got the man open, beat the coverage, but then you got to go finish it. You got to go make that catch. I will say, keep that one in mind. They could revisit that play in the future.
Across the line, he's going to run for it. Nice piece of work there. That's 9 yards. Might encourage them to go for it now on 4.
That is such a good play defensively. A play you could take a whole bunch of pride in not only stopping the passing game, but the effort to get to the quarterback before he could scramble for the first.
The Steelers calling their first timeout. And after using an early one, 2 left for him to spend. Fourth down and inches, just too tempting to pass up. They're going to go for it. So the officials are officially on board tonight. For the first time, a flag flies. Somebody moved early. There was a blitz coming, and that got somebody to panic and jump early. It cost him 5 yards. The kick by Patterson is good. And they're able to get 3 points off that turnover.
Glad to see him right the ship individually and make one after his earlier attempts went awry. And this was a big spot to finally come through on this one because now it gives his team the lead.
Here's Patterson now to kick this away. Here comes Williams on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. The Steeler offense set to get back on the field. And their defense held up after that fumble. Only gave up 3. So time for this offense to make it up to them. Get some points of their own. All right, Steelers to the line now. 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground here with Warren. And he's going to be brought down in enemy territory now at the 46. It's a pickup of 26. And the Steelers have a first down.
First
No
and 10
frills,
at the
nothing
46-yard
fancy.
line.
That was just a good old offensive line dominated in the trenches. And that sprung him to get to the second level and beyond.
First down, and they go right back to it. And he's got his guys into the red zone before someone can force him out. It's a 29-yard gain. And a fresh set of downs for Pittsburgh.
Steelers.
Those unsung heroes, those big guys up front on the O-line, let's give them a little love right here, Kate. They don't always get the attention they deserve on a broadcast, but let me tell you, they played a huge role in that big old run.
Now a shotgun handoff to Gainwell. That run good for a handful as it brings up second down. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. First down run gets him 6, so now it is 2nd and 4. From the shotgun, here's Rodgers. That one falls to the turf, couldn't hang on, it's incomplete.
Intended for Jalen Warren.
That drop ruins the
Incomplete.
payoff to a well-designed
Brings
play.
up third down.
They got a man
and
open and beat the
4.
coverage. That's a call they can revisit in the future with hopefully a much better job finishing the catch.
No connection on the last play, now it's 3rd down. Rodgers from the gun. Oh, no, he lost control of another one. And the Dolphins got it. Not a ton after the recovery, so they're going to take possession deep in their own territory.
Fumble on the play.
Third down, you could see he may have been trying to simply do too much to help his side. It loosened his hold on the ball and gave that defense a chance to knock it free. Instead of facing 4th down, they're off the field completely.
The Miami offense headed out there now. They've got an early 3-0 lead as they take over here. All right, Miami has its offense set, partner. Here comes 1st and 10. They'll start the drive with Achane. Oh, man, nothing for him again, Brock. It has been a struggle all game as this one's quickly mopped up, too. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Last run, not a lot of help, Brock. 9 to go now on 2nd down. They go play action with Tagovailoa. Waddle with the catch. And he's short of the first after a mild gain. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Shotgun snap now to Tagovailoa. Oh no, ball's loose in the end zone. And it wasn't a touchdown or a field goal, Brock, but hey, points are points. And their first points of the game come on that there safety.
You'll take them any way you can get them in this league, Kate, right? And if the defense has got to score and they've got to continue to score, that is just fine because that is a breath of fresh air on that sideline and hopefully a bit of a kickstarter for their offense as well.
Out now for the free kick, hoping their defense can answer a safety with a stop of their own. And he wasn't chancy in a return there, putting it out on the back of the end zone for a touchback.
A gain on the play.
Now the offense getting set to go for the Steelers. And they know they let points slip away with that fumble in the red zone, Brock. They're looking to get him back here. Here's Rodgers on 1st and 10. Caught quickly on the slant. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. 2nd and 3 now. To throw is Rodgers. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Now the completion rate is strong, partner. The yards, you got to imagine, will start to come soon enough.
You never go broke taking a profit. And you know this one too, Kate. The crumbs always lead to...
Oh, the cookie. Now I'm hungry. Football's on the 48. Here we go. 1st down. To throw, Rodgers. Another turnover. This time it's an interception. And the Dolphins take over the 41-yard line. Oh, boy. They cleaned up the fumbling issues from the last drive, and now it's an interception that turns the ball over.
Yeah, and two very different tones and tenors on these two sidelines. One coach is pleading, begging for some ball security. The other is simply saying, keep it up, boys. Keep taking that ball away. Job well done.
The Dolphins in pretty good field position here as they come up 1st and 10. It's a chain on the inside give. And he's all the way across midfield down inside that 45-yard line. They get 18 yards out of it and a new set of downs.
Well, more often than not, it's the passing game that's asked to go from first down in just one play. But when you get that big play potential on the ground, geez, it just infuses your offense with confidence.
One play in, Brock, and this drive is already in enemy territory. 1st down, here's Tua. And there's a man there, it's intercepted. And the Steelers are tackled on the return right along their own 40-yard line.
Their first pick of the game comes in an awfully big moment. Really just cancels out all the great work your defense did to give you that ball.
40-yard line.
Now Pittsburgh's offense running back out for a new series. They are coming off their first interception of the game. This drive now a chance to rebuild some confidence. The Steelers with some very good field position as they get set 1st and 10. Back to work after throwing the pick. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete.
I'm not sure if he was hearing footsteps or just had a surprise break in concentration. So unusual to see one dropped unless there's a hit involved.
Incomplete pass on 1st down, so still at the 40. It's 2nd and 10. Work against the blitz. Short pass brought in. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, 1st down.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them a 1st down.
Ball just a yard shy of midfield. 1st and 10. Throwing now out of the shotgun. Loses it again. And the Dolphins pick it up. That return doesn't get much, but it does get him across the midfield stripe.
Well, you can just see the QB scanning, can't you? He's moving, he's looking downfield, but everything covered up on the back end. That 2nd and 3rd level defenders did their job, and what did it do? Well, free that pass rush up to strip the ball away from the QB.
The Dolphins offense ready to go as they take the field. And coming off the interception, a good chance to reestablish some momentum as they get set. New set of downs for them. They'll start at the 38. Gonna start things off with a sweep. And the defense wise to that call there. Receiver wrapped up for no gain. 3rd down coming up.
That's what an offensive player never wants to see. A defender just waiting for him on the edge. At that point, the play's dead. A good effort on his part to at least get back to the line of scrimmage.
Well, nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. Tagovailoa off the play fake. That's going to be an incomplete pass on the throw to the right. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have third down here. Third and long. They're going to throw. Going deep here for the end zone. And he sails that one over the end zone. Great play defensively there to just get a hand in there and deny that touchdown.
That's exactly right. Active hands and aggressive mindset. As a DB, you've got to assume that every throw is going to be a touchdown, and you're the last line of defense, the guy that's got to make the play on the ball, and he just did.
And they were close, but he gets it away, and this is well struck.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
Thought he had a chance to block it, but he ends up wiping out the kicker instead, and that's going to award their offense a first down.
Automatic first down.
You got to be smarter than that. No reason to hit the kicker there, and that gives him a first down. They'll run here following the penalty. He'll gain about 7 on this one as he gets him down into the red zone. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Seven yards on that last play, so this is 2nd and 3. Back now, pressure coming. Into the end zone, but not brought in. It falls incomplete, and will bring up third down. Now, after delivering that ball, we see some discomfort out there, so here come the trainers to take a look at him. No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. From the shotgun, it's yours. Almost had 6, but can't find him in the end zone. Incomplete. So they take their shot for the end zone block rather than focusing on that first down marker. And now they've got a decision to make.
Yeah, I think with that incompletion, they've made the decision. You better send that field goal team on. They took their shot. They just couldn't finish it.
Now it's Riley Patterson to try this Dolphins field goal. This is going to be a 32-yarder from the left hash. And that one is not where he needed it to be. It is off and no good. And they can't push the lead beyond the field goal.
Even the best kickers on earth, they'll miss one every once in a while, and it stinks. I guarantee you he wants that one back. But all he can do now is push forward. Short memory, the best kickers always have, and convert the next time around.
Pittsburgh offense to the line. Here's 1st and 10. They motion a receiver left. First down. Here's Rodgers. Throw left side finds Freiermuth. He's forced out of bounds after picking up about 7.
That wasn't going anywhere else on that play. It's one of the ones called specifically for the tight end because they know he's able to get a good release off that play action, and then he gets himself in space to do some damage.
2nd and 3 now. Warren here from the gun. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. Pick up a 5 on that play. And the Steelers have a first down.
Some offenses, well, they prefer to go run in that RPO situation. It's a safer call, a little more conservative. But in this case, it gets him just as many yards as a short completion would have.
So they'll head up here 1st and 10 from the 34. Play action here with Rodgers. Couldn't connect right side. It's incomplete. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Ball still on that 34-yard line, 2nd and 10. From the gun, a give to Gainwell. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. It was Tyrell Johnson with the tackle.
Tackle made at the
You make that call to just give yourself a fighting chance on 3rd down, Kate. Take at least a little bite of the big meal between them and the 1st down marker. And that should make this upcoming call a little less daunting.
They come to the line here, and this is 3rd and 6. No throw, 3rd and long. Pushes it towards his running back, but it's going to wind up incomplete. That brings up 4th down. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. On 4th down, it's Corliss Waitman on for the Steelers to punt this away. Malik Washington will return this for the Dolphins. And this one never had a shot. It's well over the goal line and the end zone entirely, and that'll be a touchback. The Dolphins sending their offense back out there. And no doubt still some disappointment internally, at least, after their last drive ended empty-handed following that missed field goal. Motioning him from the slot right. They give here to the motion man. And he's brought down as the drive starts out with a 4-yard gain. Following the run, we see he's still out there dealing with some sort of injury. They'll head out to check on him. First down run, nabs him 5, now 2nd and 5. Before the snap, some early movement. Let's see which side gets tagged with a penalty.
Defense.
He thought he had the timing down and could make the play, but just a hair too early. They send a man in motion. On play action, here's Tagovailoa. Completed over the middle. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. 5 yards on that play and enough for a new set of downs.
It sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap 1st down.
All set to go now from the 35. Chan, a 1st down carry. Moving there full steam ahead, but he ran out of steam pretty quickly. No gain on that one.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Last run only gained a yard. That means it's 2nd and 9. Going play action, Tagovailoa. And he's not quite that fast. Let him just a bit too much. That's incomplete. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. They'll air it out on 3rd. Lost control of another one. And the Dolphins able to track that one down and cover it. So crisis, at least momentarily, averted.
Fumble on the play. Recovered by the offense.
Now it's Jake Bailey who's out to punt this for the Dolphins. Back deep is Williams. And this doesn't just reach the end zone. He kicked that one all the way through. It's for a touchback.
At their own 20-yard
Pittsburgh
line.
getting its offense all set to go. And as they get set, partner, gotta imagine they're bringing some urgency with them to the field this drive, too.
Yeah, I think you and I both know in calling these NFL games that sense of urgency can be replaced by full-blown panic in a hurry. So find a way to possess the ball and, more importantly, score some points.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense.
So the offense still moving forward as roughing the passer overrules that incomplete pass. Roughing the passer on that last play, and that's always going to lead to an automatic first down. Putting the tight end in motion. To the air on first down. Rodgers. It's caught right side by Fryermuth. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Offensive line. This is 2nd and 4. Warren running between the tackles. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
Well, looky here. You don't even have to worry now about a third down call as that run moves the sticks. You have that call you had ready, though. You could recycle it. Save it for later for that next third down cover.
Let's see how they attack this first down, partner, from the 45. Looking out of the gun. Here's Rodgers. He's in trouble, and the Dolphins get him. Now, after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Gonna need something special here. 2nd and 20 following the sack. Here's Rodgers. It's another first down mistake. He's intercepted again. Picked off by Jason Marshall. And as they celebrate the turnover, we're going to shift our focus to one of his teammates who appears to be injured following that play. Team staff heading out to look at him now. First down from the 42. Here's a handoff for Achane. He dodged the tackle. He's all the way home. Touchdown, Miami. The Dolphins parlay the interception into points. Devon Achane with the touchdown.
Okay, that's just simply the difference-making edge that these elite running backs bring to you. A lot of backs can get you 10 yards, 20 yards, but the elite backs, they can take it to the house.
Riley Patterson on for the extra point. And that one's off, no good. A lot of game left here, but we'll see if that's a point that they regret not having later on in this contest. So after the missed extra point, he is still out there. He's going to put it back in play. Here comes Williams on the return. This makes it up to the 25.
The Steelers take over first
The
and
Steelers
10
offense headed
at their
out.
own 25-yard
And this
line.
group feeling a little urgency to make the most of this one, Brock, after they threw that interception the last time out.
Yeah, we know there's no more predictive stat in the NFL than giving the ball away. Now, we walk that fine line as a quarterback. You can't play timid and scared to make a mistake, but you know you can't.
Wow, it's free again! And the Dolphins got it! And Miami returns this to the end zone. Touchdown! The Dolphins capitalize on the turnover and add to their lead. Really smart play from him there, Brock. Not just to fall on the football, but to take it in for the score.
Yeah, a word we don't normally use with D linemen a lot, quickness, right? It's usually the corner skill guys, but he was quick, man. He downshifted in a hurry for 6.
Patterson on for the extra point. And it's another miss. His second extra point that's been off the mark. So now after his second missed point after the game, he's hoping to strike this one a little better as he kicks it away. Here comes Williams on the return. They'll have decent field position to begin with here, Brock. He's tackled just beyond that 30-yard line.
At their own 31-yard
Now we'll get a
line.
stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. Here's a give inside to Gainwell. And his effort results in maybe 2 yards, but nothing more.
Robinson on the tackle.
I don't think that's the amount that they were looking for there, Kate. Can lead to some shuffling around here in the playbook. Find a more aggressive call on 2nd.
Following that little 2-yard run, it's 2nd and 8. Tight end in motion left. Now Rodgers. Nothing there left side as it ends up incomplete.
Intended for
DK Metcalf, the intended receiver. So they're left facing 3rd and long.
Brings up 3rd down.
I'm not sure if he was hearing
8 yards to
footsteps
go.
or he just had a surprise break in concentration. It's so unusual at this level to see a drop pass unless there's a hit involved.
Rodgers going to throw here, 3rd down. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Corliss Waitman on to punt. And he wants to hit his second effort just as well as he hit his first. Ooh, baby, there's way too much behind that kick, and he knew it. So that's all the way over the end zone for a touchback. Tagovailoa on 1st down. That one falls to the turf, couldn't hang on. It's incomplete.
Intended for Darren
Trying to find his tight end.
Incomplete.
And now it's 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 10.
I think everybody on the
20-yard
offense was already thinking about the next play to run as they watch that short little throw to the tight end. You really don't expect to see many of those gimmies dropped.
They'll try again from the 20 after the incompletion. Tua now from the gun. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete.
You know, anytime you see a player tapping his chest, I'm not a great lip reader, but I know exactly what that says. My bad. My fault. Quarterback delivers a good ball. He knows that's one he should have caught.
So after that prior incompletion, it's 3rd down. To the air on 3rd and long. Finds him over the middle. And they limit the damage on the return, but it is still a turnover. While that play was going on, we see that one of their teammates shaken up on the play. Not quite sure what happened, but they're out there to tend to it. This our last play of the quarter. First down throw here by Rodgers. That's Smith on the slant. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. We're through one on Monday Night Primetime. The Dolphins out to an early advantage. More from Acrisure Stadium after the break. Second quarter, all queued up and ready to go. It's Steeler football. They have it second down, well inside of field goal range. And that one doesn't get him much, even maybe a yard. It's third down.
Sometimes you just feel like in the background of every whole home run is a bigger play that just needed one more component. Hit that extra block a little longer, find the lane quicker. The defender maybe a half step late, and this could have been much, much more exciting.
To the line, here's 3rd and 3. Rodgers from the gun. Too much on that, and it sails through the end zone, incomplete.
Out of the end zone.
There's not a quarterback alive that enjoys throwing it away on 3rd down. But that's a good case right there of live to play another day. Live to play another series, and don't put the ball in harm's way.
All right, down a couple of scores. They want a bigger swing than just 3. They're going for this. They'll go for it. Rodgers. This one's caught. Smith has it. And they make the stop as that play reaches the 14-yard line.
Gain of 6.
So they come through with 6, and they're rewarded for going for it on 4th down.
First and 10.
Nice to see that connection, that chemistry working between the two of them.
Offense is set. 1st and 10. Staying between the tackles with Gainwell. And he's going to get forward for a gain of about 7 on that run. It's 2nd down. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Last run got him 7. Here comes 2nd and 3. They put a receiver in motion right. On 2nd down, Warren. No luck there. Ran that one right into traffic and went nowhere as a result. It's going to be 3rd down.
Hey, we know running the ball in the NFL is hard, and that play pretty indicative of it. Here's the key, though. At the end of the game, those type of plays got to be in the minority, and the majority have got to do some damage.
3rd down and 2 here. The offense coming to the line for its 7th play of this drive. And he let his man too much there, Brock. Incomplete. 4th down coming up.
You know what that route is called, right, Kate? O-T-B. Over the ball. And those are the ones you've got to hit. You've got to be able to play offense from the inside out. Got to find a completion right there.
Here comes Chris Boswell and the Steelers field goal unit. They're going to mark this as a 24-yarder. And this one had a brief chance, but not a good kick in the end. He misses it. And that'll keep the deficit at 13.
So in the end, the armchair quarterbacks, Kate, are going to tell you the more aggressive-minded play caller would have been correct. It would have been a better decision to go for it as they come up with nothing from that field goal try.
The Dolphins send a running back, Devon Achane, getting back to work. Dolphins just about set up here, 1st and 10. And that front is really going to need to buckle down and provide some more opposition because he's gotten off to an excellent start here. And they will finally catch up to him just a second before he could reach that 40. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Quite the start to that drive, huh, partner? First play sets him up at the 38. Going to the ground again on first. And second down's going to be a good bit tougher. Can't even get back to the line. This play loses yards. The line between safeties and linebackers gets real blurred on plays like that, Brock. He handled that one just like a Mike would have.
Yeah, if injuries were to ever crop up, Kate, I bet he could handle the linebacker spot for them as well. Just tremendous diagnosis in that run support.
Shotgun snap now to Tagovailoa. He's running with it. Loses it again. And the Steelers get to it. Not much added after the recovery, partner, so that is where they'll take possession from the fumble. And after losing a hold of that one, he's still shaken up on the play. So we'll see team personnel out there to tend to him. So fresh set of downs now from the 39. On first down, Warren. He's only able to get back to the line. It's going to be second down.
These linebackers of today, they are so quick. They're so twitchy. You don't get a body on them in a hurry, they're going to stick you right at the line of scrimmage.
38-yard line.
First down run netted him nothing. Here is second and 10. From the shotgun, here's Rodgers. Can't connect over the middle, it's incomplete.
That play right there, Kate, that just goes to show you, you can't take any completion for granted. Even some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
Last pass unsuccessful. Let's see what they do on third down. Here he goes, third and long. Sends this to the end zone. And he makes the catch, but he will not get the feet down. Oh, Brock, that could have been a highlight reel touchdown. Instead, just an incompletion. Here comes Chris Boswell and the Steelers field goal unit. This is going to be a tough one. 55 yards away. Online, but not enough juice to it. That one falls short. It's no good. And that'll keep the deficit at 13.
Looked like the snap was good. No issues with the hold. Sometimes that plant foot just slides on you a little. And these kickers, man, they are so finicky. One little breakdown in mechanics, and the kick winds up off target.
Pretty good field position awaiting the Dolphins as they head up here, first and 10. Tua off the play fake. It's caught left side by Hill. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Well, the good part is he did bring that play to a stop. Unfortunately, looks like he got banged up on the tackle. He's in some discomfort out there. After a good pickup, they've got second and 4. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And this great effort winds up getting him well into enemy territory before he's brought down.
A gain of 10
They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a first down.
First down. First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
You know, Coach gets in that QB's headset, probably told his offense and his QB, listen, I don't want to see a third down on this possession. Or something kind of like that. Whatever version he told him, it worked.
Here's Achane up the middle. Well, even a great game is going to have its lesser moments. He can't get anything out of that carry. Stop for no gain. Now, after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. Out of the gun, Tagovailoa. Has him on the quick hitter. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain.
Complete to Dwayne Eskridge. It's a gain of 5. Brings up 3rd and 5.
So now here's 3rd and 5. Tagovailoa now working from the gun. Complete beyond the marker. And he's able to take this one down to the 25.
That's good for a Dolphins.
Give him 9 on that play, and it's enough for the first.
1st and 10 at the 25-yard line.
You know, Kate, they say a dog is a man's best friend. But a tight end that moves the chains on 3rd down, that's a QB's best friend.
Here's right on the carry. Dropped by the first guy he met. No gain on that 1st down run.
Patrick Queen.
I don't mind that call on the early downs. Give that defense something to think about. You got the inside run between the tackles, whether it's jet sweeps or a little swing pass, or in that case a toss, make sure you threaten to the outside.
1st down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Tagovailoa off the play fake. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. Intended target that time was Jalen Wright. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long.
You know, Kate, we see this all the time at every level of football. You've got to catch it first. It's just like when a receiver receives a handoff. You've got to secure the ball, then let your athleticism take off.
Throwing, here's Tagovailoa on 3rd. Wow, it's free again! But the Dolphins able to track that one down and cover it, so Crutch is at least momentarily averted.
Fumbled on the play. Recovered by the offense.
Now it's Riley Patterson to try this Dolphins field goal. It'll be 51 yards from the left hash. And they stop him before he gets much on the return. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Good field position as the Steelers come up to it. 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground here with Warren. Escapes the defender. And the stop is made as he drives this to the opposing 43. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. One play in, Brock, and this drive is already into enemy territory. 1st down, and they go right back to it. They'll cobble together a yard there. Willie Gay there on the tackle.
It'll be this group's job watching the film to find all these plays. The ones that amount to really very little statistically and identify what was needed to just make them a little bigger, stretch them further. Afterthought plays now, they could be the big gains of next week.
Pressure coming, Rodgers. And this is going to fall incomplete. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. No connection on the last play. Now it's third down. They'll throw. Third and long. Caught by Warren out of the backfield. He's brought down at about that 27-yard line. Big gain, 14 on the play. And a fresh set of downs for Pittsburgh.
Hey, Kate, they don't rightly care who it's going to go to in that situation. All they really care about are the results on third down. And that's exactly the result they needed. Enough to keep this drive moving.
Trying an inside give to Warren. And their next snap is going to come from the red zone block. He's down at that 17-yard line. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And the Steelers have a first down.
To be a stud back in this league, it takes more than just checking the athletic boxes. There's an IQ, a feel, a patience and craftiness required, along with just tremendous vision. He showed all of it navigating that run up the middle.
First down. Here's Rodgers. And he let his man just a little too much there. That's an incomplete pass. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. After the incomplete pass, here comes 2nd and 10. Rodgers set to pass. Couldn't connect across the middle. It's an incomplete pass. His first target doesn't lead to his first catch. So now it's going to be third and long.
True story, Kate. After practice one time, the head coach in the NFL said, "I'm done with my fault. I'm done with my bad. No more of that tapping on your chest." That was an example of the quarterback delivering a perfect pass. And the receiver, do your job.
Short pass brought in. And he's out of bounds before he could challenge for that marker. It's fourth down.
You've got to be cognizant of where the line to gain is. You can't run that route short, and you certainly can't throw it. That route's just not deep enough. Needed to extend it closer to the chains for a first down.
A 30-yard attempt.
Boswell able to knock it through. And that makes things a little closer. It's now a 10-point game.
County is a little surprised here, Kate. Sitting 0 for 4 in the game, but they actually gave him a 5th shot at it. But boy, for his confidence, I am happy to see him get a little positivity back and finally convert on one.
Chris Boswell to kick
that
off
lead
for
trimmed
Pittsburgh.
just a bit. Down to 10 points now as the kick is up and away. Washington now to return. And a decent run back is going to end as they bring him down inside the 30.
The Dolphins take
So after
over
the play, we have the
1st and 10.
trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. All right, Miami has its offense set, partner. Here comes 1st and 10. They'll start the drive with Achane. And the drive starts out small, just 1 yard on that play. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Need a better result than that last run. It's 2nd and 8. Tua setting up to throw. It's caught. This is Jalen Wright. And they'll stop him here, but not before he gets out to the 47-yard line. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Here's 1st and 10 from the 47. Receiver gets it on the handoff. And the defense not caught off guard at all. They track him down after a small gain.
This is one of those real modest gains, Kate, that I like as a call. It's just a little more variety to your playbook. Makes that defense wonder. Those guys on the other side of the ball think a little bit. This dude's not just a receiver. He may get in the run game as well.
Loses it again. Steelers have it, headed the other way. And they limit the damage on the return, but it is still a turnover. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. First down from the 42. They're going to throw now, following the turnover. Throwing the out route complete. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down.
Hey, you like these results on first. That completion right there, right in the window where all options are now available to you on second down. That playbook wide open.
Offensive line, this is 2nd and 4. Now a shotgun handoff to Gainwell. He's unable to get away from that tackle. Good work by the defense. Nothing gained on 2nd down.
Made it all look so simple, didn't he? That linebacker sorting right through the traffic, finding the runner. That's instincts come to life.
All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Working out of the gun. Here's Rodgers. Completed over the middle. And this is going to be short. Quick stop by the defense to bring up 4th down. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Here comes Chris Boswell in the Steelers field goal unit. Needs a good amount here, too. 51 yards away. And it doesn't have the leg. They called on him from deep, but he just can't get it there. And the deficit remains 2 scores.
Oh, you feel for kickers in situations like this. The loneliest guy in the building. Sometimes you forget those goalposts. They're only 18 feet 6 inches wide. And this time, he might have rushed things a little, and it winds up no good.
The Dolphins in pretty good field position here as they come up 1st and 10. Now here he goes on the boot. Caught by his back. Has it up to his own 45 on a small gain. Jack Sawyer working hard and making the stop. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Second and 6 coming up here. From the shotgun, it's yours. Finds him over the middle. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. It's a pickup of 14 yards as the chains reset.
A gain of 14. And the Dolphin first down.
Move the chains! Gotta move them chains! Build momentum and keep that defense on its heels.
First down from the 42. First carry now. This is Ollie Gordon. And he works it down inside the 40. That's a run of 8. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Nice run last play. Sets up 2nd and 2. Running from the pistol. It's right. And he's going to be down to within a yard of that red zone as the stop is made. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Bringing the offense up to the line. 1st and 10. On the shotgun, Ewers. To the left side, it's pulled in by Waddle. And they make the stop as that play reaches the 14-yard line.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, and give your quarterback a chance.
2nd and 3 now. Here's a give for Wright. Gets his way through a tackle. And they're going to stop him after a 4-yard gain. That means 1st and goal is coming up. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Offense in position now. It's 1st and goal. They run again with Wright. He's tackled there, so a nice start to a new set of downs, but let's see if they keep it. Let's examine this flag. A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty, and now we're going to wait to see how they respond. Wrong time to get caught for holding. Backed him up as they'll retry this 1st and goal. They'll take the handoff. Now Ewers. Caught deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out! And it looks like, yes, they say Steeler football.
Holding offense.
So holding on the offense, Brock, and a quick declination from the defense. That turnover will stand. Warren running between the tackles. It is charged towards the line. That's right around 3 yards. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Last run got him 3. Here's 2nd and 7. Play fake. Here's Rodgers. That one's incomplete. Had the connection, but some stone hands got in the way there. Had that one, but just couldn't see it through. And that takes them to 3rd down.
That's a throw at this level. With so much speed and length, you got to be real careful. Rarely do you find a clean window down the middle. Got to be absolutely perfect, and it wasn't there.
Rodgers going to throw here. 3rd down. He's going to loft one deep to the left. So the coverage holds up on the deep ball. That's going to force 4th down.
You know, I say this all the time. You get down there to the red zone, and things happen so fast. Those windows close in a hurry. The quarterback's fortunate that was one hand and not 2 hands that got on the football.
The Steelers set to punt it. Corliss Waitman will kick it away. And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this flying. I guess he didn't really quite know his own strength there. That kick cleared the end zone entirely. It's going to be a touchback. Offense returning to the field now for the Dolphins. They lost it in enemy territory their last time out. Never a spot you want to fumble. So I imagine, Brock, it's going to be two hands on the football as they return to the field. Running behind center with right. And he's going to be brought down up at the 31. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. New set of downs for him from the 31. Operating from the gun, it's Ewers. Oh no, he lost control of another one! But the Dolphins able to track that one down and cover it, so crisis at least momentarily averted. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. So following the fumble and the recovery, here comes second and short.
Here we go, check it out. Check the call.
Completed out to the left on that quick throw. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Here's first and 10 from the 47. Play action, Ewers. Can't connect on the throw to his running back. That's an incomplete pass. Takes him to second down.
Okay, we've seen this running back pretty busy here early on in the passing game, and not just with checkdowns. You could tell this was going to be part of the game plan, and I don't think one incompletion here to him is going to deter that effort.
After the incompletion, they come up on second and 10. Motioning left is their running back. Out to his wide out, it's a screen. And they bring him to a halt right at that midfield stripe. Tackling like his dad, Joey Porter Jr. making that play.
How's your block shedding out there, boys? Because they need to get through some blocks to hang that screen up quickly. And they were Johnny on the spot.
A less than ideal 3rd and 8 here. Here he goes, 3rd and long. And that one's incomplete. For now, he brings up 4th. Let's see what this penalty flag is all about.
Holding. Offense.
So they'll decline this and take the results. On again comes Jake Bailey to punt this away.
For the Dolphins.
And this will be his second effort of the contest. And this one ventures out of play on the fly. The question is where it's marked. Looks like they'll say the 17-yard line. The Steelers and Jaylen Warren headed back out there offensively. They were only on the field for 3 plays their prior series, Brock. Let's see what changes they make to take over here. From the gun, get to Gainwell. And this is brought to a stop up at, let's say, the 34-yard line there. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. So they'll head up here, first and 10 from the 34. Warren here from the gun. And he has enough room to gain about 4.
Jaylen Warren.
A humble 5 to 6 yard gain on the ground. Not a huge gain, not a game-changing play by any means.
It's
but one that keeps you on schedule and takes some of the starch out of that front 7.
At the 38-yard line.
So gain of 5 on that first down. Let's see if they can repeat that performance now here on second. They'll go again for it. That second down run is only going to manage a yard.
I think one thing you learn, Kate, when you transition from college to the NFL, not every run is going to be a big play. Some of them, well, they're just destined to end in a minimal gain, and some of them will set up that critical play action for later.
Dolphins going to counter with a dime package here. Third down. Ooh, the hard count worked. Somebody jumped. I think this is going to give them the first.
Encroachment, defense.
Well, it's not a long walk to the new spot, but it is a disappointing one to make. Instead of third down, they're now defending 1st and 10. And the receiver's going to take this one on a jet sweep. Pulling off the tackle, but an awesome football! And the Dolphins have it! Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Markers are reset. Here we go. Ball at the 44. To throw. Here's Ewers. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Second down, still 10 to go after that incomplete pass. Throwing from the gun. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete.
I'll tell you this, Kate, they doubled him knowing that was where the pass was likely headed. That's doing your homework. A bit surprising QB still threw it in that direction with how well the defense had that one covered.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have third down here. Third and long for him here. And this one's dropped for what would have been a nice game. Trying to find Jalen Waddle. And that brings up 4th and long.
Kate, I've talked to you over the years of the transition to the NFL where the windows to throw are small. On third down, smaller. Put dime defense on the field, and those windows become almost non-existent.
And this looks like it got just inside the 20 as it flew out, and indeed it did. They're putting the ball at the 19-yard line. The Steelers and Jalen Warren headed back out there offensively. And their last series, we never really got to see what the true final outcome would have been because they fumbled things away early.
They sure did, Kate, and that adage is true in the NFL. Ball security is job security. Got to protect it up. Fairly safe to say as that one falls incomplete this first half so far, it's not met the standard they set for themselves.
No luck on first down. Here's 2nd and 10. From the shotgun, here's Rodgers. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. Throw here, third down. Has him on the quick hitter. And the hit is made, so they bent to the competition, but they didn't break, Brock, as they force this fourth down.
8-yard gain. It's fourth down.
Clock is ticked down. We've reached our 2-minute warning. More on Monday Night Primetime in just a moment. Corliss Waitman out there again to punt this away. And he's been getting all of it every time out.
The Dolphins
send a running back, Devon Achane, getting back to work. And I'd say the ROI on his early touches have made him a pretty good investment for first half work. He's gotten off to a great start here. First call here coming from the shotgun. Shotgun snap, looking to throw. Wow, it's free again! And the offense is there to recover, but they're still stuck inside their own 10. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. So they keep the football, but now they face second and long. Yours now to throw. That one falls incomplete, but our attention's still behind the line. He got cleaned after that throw and drew the instant flag. So the good work to defend the pass canceled out by a mistake in the pass rush as they get him for roughing the passer. Throwing now, it's yours. Lofts it deep right side. Trying to float that one in, and defender's there for the interception. And the Steelers will take over along the midfield stripe after the interception and return. I don't know what to be impressed by most, Brock. How effortless he made it look to throw it that deep, or how effortless the cover man made it look to get that far down there and haul in the interception.
How about we just marvel at both of them? You call a deep pass like that again on the next play, it could go to the end zone. But this time, it is a takeaway.
The Steelers and Jaylen Warren headed back out there offensively. And I'm sure they're tired of bringing out the punter, Brock. They're hopefully going to give him some rest this time around and find some points to go after that lead. First down. Here's Rodgers. Short throws drops. This one's incomplete.
Intended for Johnny
He can't
Smith.
hang on to the pass.
Incomplete.
So second down coming
It's
up.
now second and 10.
You know, he might complete 99 out of 100 of those short, simple routes to the tight ends. Even the shortest and simplest of throws, well, it's due to end up in a drop at some point.
After the incomplete pass, here comes second and 10. Rodgers from the gun. And again, it's going to hit the ground. Incomplete. Looking for his running back, and two straight incompletions that made this third down.
Third down and
There's the
10.
importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage, and that really did help force the incompletion.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got third down. No throw, third and long. It's a screen play to Warren. Jukes away from one. And he goes out a little short of the 40.
I'm a big fan of the screen pass. Really, you can run a screen as they just showed on any play. First, second, third down, sometimes even fourth. But it takes great acumen, a great football IQ defensively to have an awareness it's coming, and then more importantly, to stop it.
Here comes Chris Boswell in the Steelers field goal unit. It's a deep shot for him from that left hash. It's no good. He needed more leg, and he sent it too far right. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Pretty good field position awaiting the Dolphins as they head up here, 1st and 10. Back to work after throwing the pick. Nowhere to go with it, so he's just going to throw this one away.
Incomplete on the throw.
Everybody wants to play quarterback until a play like that. Almost no resistance off the ball, and the defense ready to maul you. It was all he could do to get rid of it before he gets just clocked.
After the incompletion, they come up on 2nd and 10. Now it's yours. Completed over the middle. And he gets it past the 50 and down to the Steelers' side of the field. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. About set. This is 3rd and 5. Here's Ewers to throw. Out wide. It's Waddle. This is not going to get it done on 3rd down. They catch it behind the line. This goes for a loss. The Steelers use their 3rd and final timeout. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half. So the Dolphins readying for the punch. Jake Bailey's going to kick it away. So this one will go out of bounds, and they'll start the drive inside their own 30. The Steelers and Aaron Rodgers headed back out on offense. And he sure has put on that chef's hat to dice up their defense early in this one. Quite the appetizer that he's prepared to what could be a great overall performance. Here's Rodgers on 1st and 10. And this one too far in front of him. It's incomplete. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Still 10 to go. It's 2nd down now from the 26. Looking out of the gun. Here's Rodgers. Short pass brought in. And he reaches the 35 before going out.
I know I can sound like a broken record when I talk about timing and getting the ball out on time and on rhythm, but these outcuts, it is so imperative, and the best of them make it look oh so easy.
So a dime look defensively from the Dolphins here on this 3rd down. Looking to throw on 3rd and 1. And it's incomplete, and that's going to bring up 4th down. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Corliss Waitman brought on to punt this away. And he's been one of the players of this game. The Dolphin offense taking over late in this half. And it looks likely they'll carry a 2-score advantage into that locker room. All right, working from the gun to start. 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Ewers. That's too far in front, and it's not going to be caught. This one misses the tight end. So it'll be 2nd down.
2nd and 10.
That is normally a gimme for this offense, these short throws. But the defense, well, they had just enough influence on that play to force the incompletion.
So at the 20, here's 2nd and 10. From the shotgun, Ewers. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. It was there, he just couldn't corral it. And things look tougher
before he actually secured the catch.
Third and long. They're going to throw. He lobs this one up, looking deep to the right side. And that one's incomplete. For now, it brings up fourth. Let's see what this penalty flag is all about.
Roughing the passer. Defense.
Third down stop. They were walking off the field, but that offense, Brock, that offense didn't move. They saw roughing the passer, and they are ready to continue this drive. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete.
You know, quarterbacks that count on 99 of 100 times completing that short, simple route to a tight end. But even the shortest and simplest of throws will find a drop at some point, too.
Following the incompletion, we stay at the 35. It's 2nd and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Ewers. That throw behind his intended target. Not on the same page with his tight end. So they're left facing 3rd and long.
Hey, Kate, I know it's unrealistic to expect a 100% completion rate from anywhere on the field. But in this close, you really shouldn't be missing too many throws. Those need to be borderline automatic.
To the air on 3rd and long. And that one's too far in front of them, so now they're facing 4th down.
That's what I call complimentary defense right there. That pressure by the group up front, that leads to the incompletion and to the benefit of that secondary.
Jake Bailey on the punt. And this is going to be his 4th effort tonight. This drive starts with barely any time left. 13 seconds in the half.
20-yard line.
All right, keeping it simple. They're just going to call a give right up the middle. And this hasn't been a common sign out of him tonight, but the defense wins this rep. He's limited to no gain on the carry. Call it no gain on that run, and they face 2nd and 10. So entering the locker rooms, got ourselves a 2-score game. It's time to hear from Scott Hansen. He's got our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to the downtown Orlando studios. Scott Hansen and crew with you for a short and sweet halftime, as this game's had a little bit of everything to it. We'll find out which side can establish some tempo in the 3rd quarter as we're ready to kick off the 2nd half. Back out to our commentary team, Kate Scott and Brock Heward.
As always, big thanks to our guy Scott Hansen and everyone down in Orlando. We're back looking at a 2-score game here, Brock, as our 3rd quarter gets underway. Here's Patterson now to kick this away. Kenneth Gainwell now to return. And in the end, he's able to get it to about the 25-yard line before he's hauled down. We'll see the Steeler offense first this half as they're headed out now. That passing game they went to in the 1st half, it's going to need to be firing to start this 2nd half, too, as they chase this lead. Handoff goes to Gainwell, running left. And it looks like they'll give him about 2 on the opening play of this drive. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. After the 3-yard pickup, it's 2nd and 7. They stick with Gainwell. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. He musters up 3 yards on the run. That sets up 3rd and 4.
Brings up 3rd and 4.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. They'll bring out the punter here. And this will mark his 5th kick of the night.
The Dolphins
Miami set to take over once again on offense. They didn't add to their lead last time out. They punted it away, but still ahead and able to add to it here. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. Throwing here, Ewers. So this one on the defense.
Pass interference. Defense.
So with a little too much contact on the part of the defender, and the officials flag him for it. They run in from the gun with Wright. And he scampers ahead and gets 2 on the carry. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Following that little 2-yard run, it's 2nd and 8. Right again. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Give him about 3 yards, and now they're going to have 3rd and 5 to figure out.
Now 3rd and 5.
Send the tight end in motion left. Ewers throwing out of the pistol. He's trying to get away, but unable to do so. They catch him behind the line on 3rd down.
Not terribly complicated on this one. Just not the 3rd down screen you wanted to run. Little chance they were getting the first, and apparently, little chance they were going to even gain a positive yard at all.
Punting unit out now. And they could really use a good one here. And this will fly out of bounds to deny a return. They're going to mark it a little before the 20. The Steelers and Kenneth Gainwell ready for their next possession. All right, Steelers to the line now. 1st and 10. Off the play fake. Here's Rodgers. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Still 10 to go. 2nd down now from the 23. Play action here with Rodgers. This finds Austin complete. And they don't get any help on this 2nd down, Brock. He is out right along the line, so no gain. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Third down, and they need to get 10. 3rd and long for him here. And that one hits the deck. No fear from them trying to go deep on 3rd down. You love that. Don't love the fact they couldn't connect. 4th down coming up.
You never, ever, as an offense, like 3 and outs, Kate, but you really don't like them on 3rd down when you throw into tight coverage like that. Got to manufacture a better look.
Punt team on the field. And this effort's going to give them an even half dozen tonight. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Dolphins just about set up here. 1st and 10. Here's a give inside to right. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play.
I know these DNs love to get to the quarterback. I know that sacks many times equals a bigger payday. But doing the dirty work, playing to run well, that's what the best of the ends do in this league.
Well, nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. To throw, Ewers. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete.
This defense, they had a plan. And they've done an excellent job executing it. Instead of a main character, they've reduced this receiver to a footnote. Kudos to the job collectively on defense.
So after that prior incompletion, it's 3rd down. They'll air it out on 3rd. He's going for it himself. He's across the 35. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. New set of downs for him. They'll start at the 38. Now a run with right. Dropped by the first guy he met. No gain on that first down run.
When you rush the passer, it's kind of like tracking down a runner. That same athleticism comes to life. He looked pretty good hunting his prey right there.
First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Ewers to the air now. Loses it again. But the Dolphins able to track that one down and cover it. So crisis, at least momentarily, averted. Almost the impact play this defense was searching for, but they could only get half the job done, partner. Fumbled forced, but they couldn't recover.
I'll tell you what else it forces, though. That coordinator, that play caller on the other side, now got a little bit of doubt about his ball handlers. Got to have better ball security than that.
Dodge the turnover, but still 3rd and pretty long. They've got to figure out. Motioning the tight end left. Here he goes, 3rd and long. It's caught left side by him. And this one does not go far. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. They're out now, ready to punt it. And he's hoping for a well-placed strike. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause.
20-yard line.
Offense emptying the backfield as they come up here. 1st and 10. From the shotgun, here's Rodgers. Falls to the ground out left, incomplete. Following that incompletion, we see he's pretty shaken up after taking the hit on the throw. They're out to look at him now. After the incompletion, 2nd and 10 once again from the 20. Back to the air. It's Rudolph. Too much lead on that throw. That falls incomplete ahead of his target.
Roman Wilson.
Yikes, as that pass falls to the ground, Kate, you kind of just sense their desperation, just kind of oozing out of them. Running out of time to start connecting on more of these and really break open the scoring in a way they just have not been able to do so far.
Last pass unsuccessful. Let's see what they do on 3rd down. Throw here, 3rd down. And it's incomplete, and that's going to bring it up 4th down.
Rudolph's pass.
I'll say, Kate, that defense looked even better, sharper on 3rd down than they did on 2nd. They played that one so tight there was no window to throw.
The Steelers set to punt it, and he's only a handful of yards from his own goal line.
The Dolphins take over first.
The Dolphins send running back Jalen Wright getting set to begin another drive. And this certainly isn't the rut they want to be in, Brock. All of their drives have been ending in punts as of late. All right, Miami has its offense set, partner. Here comes 1st and 10. Running it with Wright. And he'll come up with a gain of 3 on the run up the middle. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Last run got him 3. Here's 2nd and 7. Throwing now, it's Ewers. Finds him over the middle. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. That play goes for 8 yards, and it keeps these drive moving.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted, and he's got it, going right where he wanted to with the ball off the snap.
First down, Miami.
New set of downs for him from the 31. This is right. And he'll get about 4 yards as that brings up 2nd down. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. First down run, nabs him 5. Now 2nd and 5. Wright running out of the gun. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. Let's see how they attack this first down, partner, from the 45. And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. I love the call, Brock, but wrong situation there. The defense closes that sweep out behind the line. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Break the huddle. It's 2nd down now. Running back sent in motion left. That's incomplete left side. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. No connection on the last play. Now it's third down. They'll throw. Third and long. Throwing all the way to the end zone here. We had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Their punter making his way out now.
For the Dolphins.
And he's going to try to give his defense a long field to defend. I guess he didn't really quite know his own strength there. That kick cleared the end zone entirely. It's going to be a touchback.
20-yard line.
The Steelers and Kenneth Gainwell ready for their next possession. Their last drive didn't make it very far before they had to punt it away, partner. So hopefully this one has some better legs to it. First down throw here by Rodgers. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete.
For Adam Thielen.
Yeah, this game, you just can't make it harder than it needs to be. Just get the catch
at the 20-yard line.
Guarantee your yards, and then worry about escaping defenders after the catch.
I'll try again from the 20 after the incompletion. On second down, Warren. Only can get us a yard here, Brock. It's going to be third down. Now, after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Third down here, need 8 on the play. Rodgers from the gun. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. They haven't found it easy to score in this one, Brock, and physicality just like that, a big reason why.
And it usually is, Kate. I love defensive coordinators when they say, hey, it's not just what you see, it's what you hear. And you could hear the physicality of that knocking the ball loose.
The Dolphins take over first and 10.
The Miami offense headed out there now. And they take the field in good but not great shape, Brock. They've got that lead, but no doubt they'd love to see it grow.
Yeah, and just having the lead does take some pressure off. It doesn't change the sense of urgency. It's always on tilt in the NFL. But it should allow them to operate a little more freely.
All right. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Motion man sent left. Throwing out to the left, cut! He dodged the tackle. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line.
That's a gain of 7. Makes it 3rd and 2.
Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. Here he is on 3rd and short. And the defense was ready. They got him at the line.
That's a really good job by the defense right there. Doing something I hear all the time in coaches' meetings. I want to keep that quarterback in the box. I want to put a fence around him. Don't want to let him get out and make a big play breaking the pocket.
They'll send out the punting unit.
For the Dolphins.
And he'll try to hit this one well. Ooh, baby, there's way too much behind that kick, and he knew it. That's all the way over the end zone for a touchback. The Steeler offense set to get back on the field. Starting out with an empty backfield, Brock. Here they come. 1st and 10. Working out of the gun. Here's Rodgers. Oh, brother, it's another interception. Dante Trader with the pick. And the Dolphins will be down inside the opposing 35 as they take over after that interception.
They'll take over 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line.
So they'll head up here, 1st and 10 from the 34. This is Wright running left. And he's taken out of bounds as he gets it down near the red zone. They gain 11 on that play. And that is a Dolphins first down.
One like that, Kate, it just gives everybody a little bit more bounce offensively because you also know it can set the table for more.
So a new set of downs. Here we go. 1st and 10. We'll give to Gordon, coming right. And he's not going to manage to get back to the line even. Tackled for a loss. We've got 2nd and 11. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. To throw, here's Ewers. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Hit arrived as the ball did to break things up. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long. Well, he already has himself one interception in this game, partner, and throws like that are going to find him another if he isn't careful.
Yep, those are the throws you want to intersperse, kind of sprinkle into your passing game, because if they become the norm and you're constantly thrown into coverage, that's when 1 pick becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and on and on.
Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Now it's Riley Patterson to try this Dolphins field goal. From the right hash, this is going to be a 41-yarder. And he missed it. It's no good. And their lead holds steady at 10.
Well, there's certainly never, ever a guarantee from that distance, but that's one you'd expect to be in your kicker's range. You hate to have a drive come away with nothing, but that's exactly what happened.
Now the offense getting set to go for the Steelers. And you know that interception is in the back of their minds as they head back out there now. They'll start the drive with Warren. And he is stopped as he reaches that 46-yard line. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Great start to this drive. They're up in the neighborhood of midfield after just one play. On first down, here's Rudolph. He's going to get a hand in there and knock that one away. So second down now after the incompletion. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Second down, still 10 to go after that incomplete pass. Rudolph from the gun. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Tough one to retain through that hit. So now it's going to be third and long.
Making it harder than it needs to be right there. Just get the catch first. Guarantee some yards. And then worry about escaping the defenders and getting upfield.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have third down here. Working from the gun. Rudolph. In trouble now, and the ball is out. But I believe a Steeler was first to that football. They make the recovery and keep possession. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. So out now comes the punter. Corliss Waitman will kick it away. Somebody give this guy a break as he sends his 10th punt away. And this one never had a shot. It's well over the goal line and the end zone entirely, and that'll be a touchback. Dolphins just about set up here. First and 10. Here's a give for Wright. Oh, the football's loose. And it looks like, yes, they say Steeler football.
You know, this just can't happen on first down. It really can't. I mean, ball security's at a premium on every down, every distance. But on first down, it is especially a killer.
The Pittsburgh offense to the line. Here's first and 10. Now a shotgun handoff to Gainwell. A flag's down as he stops. Looks like this one's on the
illegal
offense.
block in the back. Offense.
So they catch the illegal block in the back, Brock, and that's rare that we see the clipping call. It's a dangerous play. It's rightfully going to back up this offense. First down, he takes the snap. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete.
Well, that's one you chalk up to the pressure earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
At the same spot after the incompletion, it's second down. Trying to throw this from the gun. Has him on the quick hitter. And it's good yardage, but they tackle him short of the sticks. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. 4 guys out wide. Here we go, 3rd and long. Pass play now. He's trying to lay this one in deep down the right side. Defender gets his hand in there and breaks it up. A possible touchdown denied. That's going to bring up 4th down. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Here comes Chris Boswell in the Steelers field goal unit.
On for the field
it's
goal.
from the right hash, 46 yards.
46-yard attempt.
And that one is not where he needed it to be. It is off and no good. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. The Dolphins in pretty good field position here as they come up 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Ewers. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Here's 2nd and 10 now from the 36. Running from the pistol. It's right. And he's tackled after a nice pickup, but we've got a flag down. This could wipe that play away.
Offense.
A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty. And now we're going to wait to see how they respond. From the gun, it's Wilson. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete.
Really had to find a way to get that short completion because now you're staring at 3rd and extra long. And that's a place no QB in this league wants to be.
No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. From the shotgun, it's Ewers. And he let his man shoot much there, Brock. Incomplete, 4th down coming up.
That is just a nice stretch of some reps there defensively. Really one of the areas when you watch college game to the NFL game that there is a vast difference. And that's the tightness of coverage. These windows of opportunity are small, and they could not find a completion.
So the Dolphins readying for the punt. And this doesn't just reach the end zone. He kicked that one all the way through it for a touchback.
20-yard line.
Now Pittsburgh's offense running back out for a new series. And they take the field with nothing to show from their last series, Brock. Gotta imagine they're pretty upset with how it ended.
Yeah, and the only way to flush that feeling, and the good teams do this, is to go down and make sure your kicker's not attempting the field goal, but an extra point on this drive.
On the pickup.
That is a textbook 1st down completion. Sets up 2nd and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
Offense is set. This is 2nd and 2. From the gun, it gives to Gainwell. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. First and 10 from the 32. play action. Rudolph. He's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there when he saw the field. It's going to be second down.
He's really starting to just about exhaust every option and trick he's got at his disposal. That time, trying to test him outside the pocket, extend the play, there was just nowhere to go with it.
2nd and 10 now from the 32 after the incompletion. Staying between the tackles with Gainwell. He's able to drive that pile about a yard. That was a Fatu Melifonwu there to make the play.
Some positive yardage there, Kate, but just as important, they're mixing up their play calling, and they could very well be setting up the defense for a big play later.
3rd down, line to gain, 9 yards out. 3rd and long, they're going to throw. He's going to loft this deep down the left sideline. And that one's incomplete. For now, he brings up 4th. Let's see what this penalty flag is all about.
Foul. Roughing the passer. Defense.
3rd down stop. They were walking off the field, but that offense, Brock, that offense didn't move. They saw roughing the passer, and they are ready to continue this drive. Never a good time to rough the passer, Brock, but 3rd down, that hurts even more. Gives him the first. Running it after the penalty. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. It's a gain of 3 for him. That brings up 2nd and 7.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7.
He's going to throw this one. Deep ball in the line. Oh, the ball is out. And the Dolphins pick it up. Hits the 20. And Miami returns this to the end zone. Touchdown. The Dolphins grow their lead off the turnover. Well, Brock, you and I know after that first turnover they were able to take back. They were looking for another one, and lo and behold, they found it.
You felt it. I felt it.
Yep.
Everybody in the stands felt it. It wasn't just good enough to get the takeaway. They wanted to one-up what they did earlier, and look at the celebration now.
Patterson on for the extra point. And another one is no good. What a disaster this has been, Brock. That is his 3rd missed PAT in this ball game. No time just yet to figure out what's going wrong. After another miss, he's got to stay out there and send this one away. On the return, here's Gainwell. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25-yard line.
At their own 25-yard
An injured player
line.
out there after the snap, and the medical staff quickly out to him. And that is Geno Smith that they're headed for. All right, Steelers to the line now. 1st and 10. They're going to throw here to begin the drive. He's there to haul it in. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Here's a throw. Caught by Freiermuth. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line.
It's a gain
8
of
yards
8.
on the gain, and the drive continues forward.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
So fresh set of downs now from the 39. fakes and gets it on 1st and 10. Not a whole lot to speak of here, partner. 2-yard gain at most at 2nd down.
On the tackle. A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7 at the 42-yard line.
Going from the gun here. And he's not quite that fast. Let him just a bit too much. That's incomplete. He's been a frequent target throughout this game, Bronk. We've seen that coverage tighten up a little bit more on him every time the ball's thrown his way.
Well, hasn't taken him off the board completely. He's still beating them for some catches, but that heightened focus defensively does lead to moments like that one where what would normally be a catch falls incomplete.
Throwing on 3rd, Rudolph. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. No luck finding his receiver that time. And now they're up against it here on 4th down.
Well covered on that play. Really not a large window for him to sneak that throw in.
On now comes their punter. An injured player out there after the snap, and the medical staff quickly out to him. And that is Geno Smith that they're headed for. All right, Miami has its offense set, partner. Here comes 1st and 10. From the shotgun, Ewers. And the steel curtain just too much. He's taken down. Now this is the dreaded sight anytime there's a sack. He's hurting after taking that hit, and they're going to get out there to check on him. In a real troublesome spot here, Brock. That sack has him set up 2nd down and 21. Play action. It's Wilson. Complete right side to Washington. And he's out of bounds at the 15-yard line.
Call it feel, Kate. Call it instincts. I don't really care what you call it, but the best QBs, they can sense it. They know when that pressure's coming, and they know how to avoid it. Keep that play alive. Extend it outside of the chaos, and go get your offense a completion.
Here he goes, 3rd and long. Oh, put some air under this one, right side. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free, incomplete. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort.
Jake Bailey in punt formation for the Dolphins.
He put too much juice into that one. It lands in the end zone. We're bringing things out to the 20-yard line. Pittsburgh getting its offense all set to go. And they had to wave that white flag on their last drive, Brock, hoping to avoid having to call that punter this time out.
Yeah, you get several chances a game, on average, somewhere around 10 possessions, and you know not all of them are going to pan out. So you got to forget what lies behind and keep pressing on to the journey ahead.
Holding offense.
He got a major fistful of jersey on that play, and it's going to end up costing him. 1st down, he'll throw it. Makes the grab in bounds left side. And he'll go down after pushing this up to the 29. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Here's a give inside to Gainwell. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. All set to go now from the 35. They go counter. It's Johnson. And they're going to bring him down just a moment before he's able to break it across midfield. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line.
Really 2 elements needed to hit big on this play, Kate. Number 1, you got to sell it. Right, you really got to sell and get that defense moving, and then secondly, you got to execute. You got to get a body on a body so that running back can get loose.
Going with the screen to Johnson. And he gets this beyond the midfield stripe and onto the Dolphins side of the field. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Second down now, 7 to go. Looking in the air here. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Throw here, 3rd down. Lost control of another one. And it looks like the Dolphins have it. Return doesn't get much, but it does get him across the midfield stripe.
You know, Kate, defenders today are taught, don't just look at the sack. Look at the sack and the fumble. It's become an art form, making that strip sack, and that play was a masterpiece.
The Dolphins offense ready to go as they take the field. And unsurprisingly, Brock, a great day on the scoreboard so far for him. Has him with the advantage as we move through this 3rd quarter. New set of downs for him. They'll start at the 38. Play action, yours. That's incomplete for the moment. We do have a flag down, but it might not be good news for their offense. That's usually where we see holding calls. So the refs get him for holding, and that's going to back this offense up. He run it from the gun with Wright. And this drive's quickly headed in the wrong direction. First play set down behind the line.
Give some credit to the defense on that one. We don't see him get fooled into making the wrong read very often in the RPO. That's why the RPO, in fact, is part of their game to begin with. He normally makes the right call. He didn't do it there.
They really need some chunk yardage here on 2nd down. Right again. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Got to figure out this third down here. Third and long for him here. Wow, it's free again! But the Dolphins able to track that one down and cover it, so crisis at least momentarily averted.
Fumble on the play. Recovered by the offense. Jake Bailey in punt formation for the Dolphins.
And this looks like it got just inside the 20 as it flew out, and indeed it did. They're putting the ball at the 19-yard line. The Steelers offense headed out. And I'm sure they all got a stern lecture on ball security between possessions after they fumbled it away on their last series. Drive begins with a run by Johnson. And that's only 1 yard up the middle. Going to be second down. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Last run, not a lot of help, Brock. 9 to go now on second down. Pass play coming here. That one's incomplete over the middle. He was looking DK Metcalf's way there. And things look tougher now with third and long.
Third down and 9 yards to go.
Air it out on third. And he didn't get enough into that throw. That's low and incomplete, so they could be facing fourth down coming up.
Incomplete.
You know, it's a point of emphasis in practice each and every week, no matter where we go. How are we going to attack the coverage on third down? We chose the wrong play off that call sheet that time.
They'll bring out the punter here. An injured player out there after the snap. The medical staff quickly out to him. And that is Geno Smith that they're headed for. First call here coming from the shotgun. They fake the handoff. Now Ewers. Loses it again. And the Steelers get to it. And he doesn't reach the end zone. Thought he might be able to carry that one in, but they are going to take over on the verge of 6 after that fumble. Chance to pay off their defense's effort as they start out first and goal. Johnson. So some defensive initiative in that goal to go, Brock. They take him down behind the line. Second and goal coming up. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. After the loss, it's second and goal from the 5. They motion the tight end over. Second and goal, they're going to throw. Pass it in close. And that's a Pittsburgh touchdown. The Steelers shave some off the deficit late in the quarter. touchdown. No hesitation on that throw. He got the guy he wanted right away, and he got it to him for the touchdown.
You know, it's great, Kate, to draw plays and have all sorts of different options, but it's even better when you don't have to get to your second read. His first broke open just like they planned, and that's 6 in the end.
Here's Rudolph and the Steelers going for 2.
The Steelers will line up for the 2-point conversion.
They'll try it on the ground. He's almost there, but no, they stop him at the last moment. He's going to be just inches shy of that 2-point conversion. That lead trimmed just a bit, down to 10 points now as the kick is up and away. Eskridge to return it. He stopped on the run back at the 27. Following the kick return, we've got somebody shaken up, so we're going to get a stoppage here as he's attended to.
At their own 27-yard line.
Dolphins just about set up here, 1st and 10. Hand off to Gordon. Dropped by the first guy he met. No gain on that first down run. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. To throw. Here's Ewers. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And it brings up 3rd down.
That's a veteran move right there by a rookie quarterback. You see so many rookies. We do, Kate. We try to play hero ball and force things in every single spot. He's already wise enough to know how to throw it away.
So after that prior incompletion, it's 3rd down. To the air on 3rd and long. Wow, it's free again! And they scoop it. In big trouble now, and the ball is out. Steelers have it, headed the other way! And they get to him and tackle him on the return, but will this turnover count, partner? I don't know. There's a flag on the play. So holding on the offense, Brock, and a quick declination from the defense, that turnover will stand. Shotgun handoff to Johnson. And they'll surrender just a lone yard. That brings up 2nd down.
This offense is now left with some ground to make up a little bit here on 2nd down. After that drive starts, the very minimal gain.
The 17-yard line.
All right, we've reached the final quarter of Monday Night Primetime. It's Steelers football. A nice help for them as they trail entering the quarter. Eight yards to go, and let's see how they approach this 2nd down. Rudolph from the gun. Loses it again. And the Dolphins got it! And they stop him before he gets much on the return.
first down, but also set up whatever in your back pocket for third down. But you know what? Throw it all away. None of it matters now if you can't hang on to the doggone football. And the defense pounces on that one in a hurry.
The Dolphins sending their offense back out there. They're up by 2 scores, Brock, but we've got some time left, so they still need to mount a drive here. All right, Miami has its offense set, partner. Here comes 1st and 10. Right, running out of the gun. And into a sea of bodies he goes. Looks like they'll get about 3 out of it.
He's brought down at the 31.
That's the kind of yardage it's not going to kill this drive on the first play. But it does put you a little bit behind schedule. Now, second down becomes critical because nobody wants a 3 and out.
Second down now. They need 7. They'll try the middle with Gordon. And the stop is made just before he's able to reach that midfield strike. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. The ball's on the 48. Here we go. First down. We put a receiver in motion left. First down, and they go right back to it. And he's brought down by a collective effort there. Only 1 yard on the carry.
Tackle made right at
Okay, the
midfield.
2-yard run on first down, I think that keeps you ahead of schedule. But you're going to have to pick up the pace.
Need a better result than that last run. It's 2nd and 8. They bring Westbrook Akine in motion left. Takes the handoff. Now to throw. Ooh, would have been a big gainer if they connected, but they could not. Instead, third down coming up. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Last pass unsuccessful. Let's see what they do on third down. They'll throw. 3rd and long. And that one's too far in front of them, so now they're facing 4th down. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler.
Jake Bailey in punt formation for the Dolphins.
And this will stick him back a ways. That punt hits and jumps out of bounds near the 14.
Return team.
All right, this is a little bit odd. I think in most spots we'd expect to see them decline the call, take the lost yards and down.
Well, I can think of...
Oh, it's loose. Slide ball inside the end zone. He just kept going the wrong way, and that's going to cost him. That is a safety. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause.
Chris Boswell to kick
So after
off
the
for
safety,
Pittsburgh.
we're going to see a free kick from the 20-yard line. And that one flies right on past the end zone. Did not make an effort to even hit the landing zone, Brock. So they're going to gift him a drive starting at the 35.
1st and 10 at the 35-yard
Offense returning
line.
to the field now for the Dolphins. They struggled to produce on that last series, but better results ahead as they take possession here. From the pistol. Here's Gordon. And he manages 6 yards to begin this one. We've got 2nd and 4. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Run picks up 6, so that means it's 2nd and 4. Receiver in motion. He's headed right. On to give. It's Gordon. Excellent play defensively as they get to him behind the line. That's going to bring up 3rd down.
What was supposed to move the chains or at least make 3rd down easier to handle instead? Did the exact opposite here, Kate. Now makes this 3rd down a whole lot trickier to figure out.
3rd and 10. Can this offense get it done? Here's Ewers to throw. This finds its target. That's Hill. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48.
A gain of
that one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
And the Dolphins, 1st down. It's a gain of 17 yards.
A nice gain and a 1st down there, Brock, on a throw that most quarterbacks would have shied away from.
Yeah, tight ends, these guys, about the only position that can make that look routine, fending off a couple defenders, and it's really why, Kate, they're such valuable commodities.
Give to Gordon, running left. Good defensive effort here, drives them back across midfield onto their own side.
The tackle made back
Well, the extra blocking sure didn't spring that run the way they hoped it would, Brock.
In the old West Coast system, you call 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, Tiger. Tiger package comes on the field. That was a whole lot more like a kitty cat effort there.
On the ground here with Gordon. He hits the lane for about 7. That's going to bring up 3rd down. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Third and 6 for them to figure out now. They're going play action. It's his running back. And he's tackled for a short gain. Punting unit out now. Jake Bailey's going to kick it away. And this is the punt you want every time. He bounces out of bounds and sticks him inside their own 10. The Steeler offense set to get back on the field. And their last drive reached the wrong end zone and equaled 2 points. So trying for the other end zone and 6 on this possession. Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. That one stopped right at the line for no gain. This is going to be 2nd down. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Looking from the gun, Rudolph. He smartly won't risk anything here. Just chucks this away. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Defense nearing a stop. Need to hold once more here on 3rd down. Here's the backup. First throw. Dialing up a receiver screen. And he gets this one up to the 10-yard line.
Those little short throws, they are high percentage and certainly bread and butter. But they really run the risk of a quick tackle just like that and being stopped short of the sticks.
Punt team on the field. And they could really use a good one here. And he gets it away from his end zone. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Dolphins just about set up here. 1st and 10. They've got a man in motion. They go play action on 1st down. And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up 2nd down. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. So at the 20, here's 2nd and 10. Slot man motioned over. To throw, Ewers. Wow, it's free again! And the Steelers get to it. Not able to take this one to the goal line, but the turnover, Brock, does set them up inside the 5.
You know, we could go down on that field and ask any player about the first lessons they learned in the game of football, and almost every one of them, Kate's going to say the same thing. Ball security. I bet he could even hear his old high school coach's voice in his ears right now, telling him next time, you got to hang on to it better.
A chance to pay off their defense's effort as they start out 1st and goal. And this might be a free play. Let's see what they do. And he's got it in the end zone for a touchdown. But now all eyes going to turn to those officials. We got to see if this flag is going to take it away.
Offside, defense.
Now they got to the end zone with that free play partner, so they will, of course, decline the offsides and take those points. It's no good. Not the time you want to see the extra point off the mark here in a one-score game in the 4th. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. So following that missed point after, he's going to stay out there and send it away. Eskridge on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down.
On the return.
Miami set to take over once again on offense. And after that touchdown, cut their lead back to 1 score, Brock. A response in order as they take over. All right, Miami has its offense set, partner. Here comes 1st and 10. Out of the gun, Madison. And they blow up the opening play of this drive. Love the aggressiveness from this defense. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Offense to the line, 2nd down. Off the play fake, he'll throw. He loses it again. But the Dolphins able to track that one down and cover it, so crisis at least momentarily averted. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Well, they got the football back, Brock, but things don't look much better. It's 3rd and long. Wilson to throw it. He's got a screen to the running back. And he's going to be brought down after getting this up to the 22. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. They're out now, ready to punt it. And after that drive went backwards, he's going to send this one forward. Now the offense getting set to go for the Steelers. And they should be well rested. They were only out there for one play last drive, and they found the end zone. The Pittsburgh offense to the line. Here's 1st and 10. The shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And they're going to stop him after he wiggles his way forward for 2. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Following that little 2-yard run, it's 2nd and 8. Another carry for him. And they'll take him down after he advances this up to about the 43. We'll pause now for an injured player, and it looks like he's worse for wear after handling that last carry. First and 10 from the 43. Back to the well again. And the big gain followed by a little bit of a loss here. Defense getting the better of them on that run.
On these 1st and 10 calls, defenses are always keyed in that a run might be coming their way. And as soon as the QB turned to give the ball, the entire defense came crashing in to bury them for a loss.
All right, here we go. 2nd down. Changing things up. They're going to throw now. Wow, it's free again. And the Dolphins have it. And they limit the damage on the return, but it is still a turnover. Dolphins just about set up here. 1st and 10. Ewers throwing out of the pistol. And he let his man just a little too much there. That's an incomplete pass. That one intended for Jalen Waddle. So it's 2nd down coming up.
Well, you certainly want those throws to be automatic. Every team, if you're going to be efficient, you've got to hit those passes in the short to intermediate zone to effectively move the ball in this league.
Waddle now in motion right. Off the play fake, he'll throw.
Pass interference. Defense.
Well, the pass interference might have prevented the touchdown there, but it gives this offense the yards and a great chance to punch it in anyway. They'll run here following the penalty. And that right there is the start of what could be a goal line stand. They hit him for a loss on 1st and goal. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Now from the 6 after that last play. Here's 2nd and goal. Motioning the tight end now. Now it's Ewers. And they're turned away again. 2 great defensive stands. We've arrived at 3rd and goal.
It's a loss of
Kate, that's one of those situations as a quarterback that on my grade sheet, that's a negative. That screen was ambushed by the defense, and you've got to throw it away. Just find a way to put it at his feet and not create a negative play for your offense.
Here he goes, 3rd and long. He loses it again. Steelers have it, headed the other way. And they stop him before he gets much on the return.
I get it, Kate. 3rd down, you're doing all you can to try to stay on the field, but unfortunately, poor ball security loosens his hold on it, and the defense knocks it free. Instead of facing 4th down, even better, that defense is off the field completely.
The Steelers and Jaylen Warren headed back out there offensively. And nothing to show from their last drive except, well, we did see a couple of short tempers, Brock. Not happy to have fumbled away that series.
Now, fumbles are one of those mistakes, Kate, you don't get a lot of grace for in the NFL. Just one in a game is too many. Got to find a way to protect the rock.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. No luck on 1st down. Here's 2nd and 10. To the air. It's Rudolph. That's him on the quick hitter. And he's going to get this up to the 23. Stopped it just shy, though, of getting that 1st down.
A gain of
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
3rd and a lone yard coming up. He's going to keep this one. And they're going to down by contact as they've got enough for a new set of downs.
It's a gain of 2. That's good for a Steelers 1st down. 1st and 10.
Everybody understood the assignment right there.
line.
For one guy, the quarterback, get the snap and make the marker. For the other 10, drive like mad, push like crazy, and create that space for the 1st.
They'll run here from the gun. And they're all the way across midfield before he's brought down. Now after that big run, looks like he's a little shaken up. Hopefully a big play isn't joined by a big injury. He's getting looked at now. Ball just a yard shy of midfield. 1st and 10. Going play action. Rudolph. It's free again! And it looks like the Dolphins have it. return doesn't get much, but it does get him across the midfield strike. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. All right, starting in the pistol this time, Brock. 1st and 10. Oh, he taps it quick to the receiver coming across here. This drive's quickly headed in the wrong direction. First play set down behind the line.
Samuel on the tackle. The tackle made back at the 44-yard line.
And they went 3 yards the wrong way to start this drive out. Here's 2nd and 13. From the gun, a run for Madison. 2nd down run, good for 4. That brings up 3rd down. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Drive in dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. 3rd and long for him here. Loses it again. And it looks like, yes, they say Steeler football. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. So looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. The Steelers with some very good field position as they get set. 1st and 10. Sending him on the dive. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. After that little 8-yard scoot, here comes 2nd and 2. On the play action, here's Rudolph. Made the throw as he was getting hit, Brock, and it's incomplete.
This is why we hear about closing speed so often when you evaluate players. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released and alter that throw.
No connection on the last play. Now it's 3rd down. There he is on 3rd and short. Wow, it's Green again! And they scoop it up. Time to push for the line. And who knows what was going on there as he's finally brought down for a huge loss. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. The Steelers set to punt it. And he's hoping for a well-placed strike. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. right, Miami has its offense set, partner. Here comes 1st and 10. Inside handoff goes to Madison. Escapes the defender. And he's going to have this up near the 40, just a little bit short of it. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. From the 39 now after that explosive start to this drive. Play action, Ewers. Loses it again. Oh, they got it back. They can try and salvage something. And they retain possession, so that's a positive, but that's the end of them, Brock. They've lost yardage on that fumble. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. Still their football, but need to make some progress here. This is 2nd and long. Up the middle they go with Madison. And he's going to get him 7 there. It's 3rd down coming up. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. This offense looking to convert as they come up on 3rd down. Shotgun snap for Wilson. Did not like what he was seeing, Bronson. He's just going to hurl this one away.
That is a DB's best phrase, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
Their punter making his way out now. And he's going to try to give his defense a long field to defend. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. All right, Steelers to the line now. 1st and 10. From the gun, he loses the football. And the Dolphins pick it up. And Miami returns this to the end zone. Touchdown. The Dolphins make it a 2-possession game here in the 4th. I think they would have happily just taken the turnover, Brock, but how about the wherewithal of the defender to take it back for the score?
Yeah, that is a scoop and score in the definition of a splash play defensively. You don't just rip possession away from the offense, kind of rip their heart out too. You rip possession, you turn it into points, and now that beleaguered offense is going to have to get right back on the field.
Now after the timeout to talk things over, here they go, trying for 2.
The Dolphins are lining up for a
Wilson's
two-point
throwing for
conversion.
it. Coming deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out. And the Steelers get to it. The 50. The 30. And he does it, Brock. He takes the fumble all the way backward. 2 points the other way.
Dolphins 29.
The circumstances really broken just the right way. They open up not just the opportunity to force the turnover, Brock, but to take it all the way back the other way for 2.
It just kind of felt like everybody on the field realized it too, right? Everything lined up, saw the lane open to begin the trek all the way down the field. And fortunately, he had enough gas in his tank to finish it.
Nice little energy on their sideline after that fumble return scored, and with plenty of energy, he'll send this one away. Here comes Williams on the return. Good work so far. He's got room. And he goes out of bounds, short of the 45, but still in excellent shape across the 40.
At their own 44-yard
Following the
line.
play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Good field position as the Steelers come up to it. 1st and 10. They're going to throw now, following the turnover. Finds him over the middle. And they're going to bring him down at the 36. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. They've got 1st down here from the 36. A give now from the gun. Only able to get back to the line on that 1st down play, so no gain. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Offense to the line for 2nd down. Rudolph from the gun. Whoa, it's great again! Oh, they got it back. They can try and salvage something. And this one, not surprisingly, Brock, a loss of yards as they had to scramble to even get that football back. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. They dodge the turnover, but still 3rd and pretty long. They've got to figure out. Howard looking to throw. Hauled in left side. And he's out of bounds after getting this one to the opposing 45-yard line.
To number 5.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion.
It's 4th down.
That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
4th and forever coming up. Desperation time here. And they don't get the catch they need there. Their hand was forced, Brock. Had to try and go for it, but they turn it over on downs. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. Pretty good field position awaiting the Dolphins as they head up here, 1st and 10. Completed over the middle. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on 1st down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
5 still to go here. This is 2nd down. And send a receiver left. Play action. It's Wilson. Oh, no, the ball is loose. And it looks like, yes, they say steal.
This is exactly what you want out of your defense. If they're not going to secure the ball on offense, and they're going to give you a shot at it, push that ball loose and get a body on it for the recovery.
Now Pittsburgh's offense running back out for a new series. They're coming off a fourth down try that didn't work in their favor. Let's see how that might affect the approach they take this time out. On first down, here's Rudolph. He loses it again. And they scoop it up. Time to push for the line. And they don't get much after recovering the fumble, so a near turnover ends in a loss of yards. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. So they keep the football, but now they face second and long. Out of the gun, Howard. He lost the football. But I believe a Steeler was first to that football. They make the recovery and keep possession. Well, you don't like to see the fumble, but hey, at least they were able to be the ones to recover it, and they keep possession.
Yeah, and I think the key there was to stay calm through the chaos. Cooler heads prevailed. Got him the ball back.
Well, they got the football back, Brock, but things don't look much better. It's third and long. Shotgun snap here to Howard. It's incomplete. Should have been a catch downfield, but off his hands and to the ground it goes.
Incomplete.
Well, that's a major missed opportunity for the offense and a sigh of relief for the defense. Now you got to adjust a little bit, get some extra help on the back end of your defense to take those shots away.
Fourth and forever coming up. They'll throw for it. And they don't get the catch they need there. Their hand was forced, Brock. Had to try and go for it, but they turn it over on downs. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player. They're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. Dolphins just about set up here. First and 10. There's a look for Wilson. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. After the 3-yard pickup, it's second and 7. And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. This time they've got him. He can't break another tackle. He will go down behind the line.
When you get that jet sweep to the outside, you have to. You have to get vertical. There is just too much team speed in today's NFL if you don't go north and south.
It's third and 8. Need to get a chunk here. Running back motions right. Throwing on third. Wilson. Out wide. It's Waddle. And they're able to touch him down. So that's going to bring up fourth down.
You know, I don't mind the scheme. In fact, I like the call. Just not on that third down in particular. Need to get it closer to the sticks to have a chance to move those chains.
They'll send out the punting unit. And he'll try to hit this one well. And this is going to stick him deep on their own side. That's out of bounds at the 9-yard line. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Pittsburgh offense to the line. Here's 1st and 10. They'll go play action. Howard. This is thrown towards a defender instead, and he's the one who makes a play on the football. That's not what this offense wants. Incomplete on 1st down. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. After the incomplete pass, here comes 2nd and 10. Going again here, Howard. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete.
Intended for
Hey, listen, drops happen in football. It is a part of the game, even for the very best. Nothing more to do about it now than shake it off and move forward, because the next throw might be coming right back your way.
Not a good spot to punt from. They really want to convert here on 3rd. To the air on 3rd and long. That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. Three straight passes have hit the ground, but here we go. They're going for it on 4th. They're going to try to throw for it. He's going to try to drop it in deep right. And they don't get the catch they need there. Their hand was forced, Brock. Had to try and go for it, but they turned it over on downs.
Turnover on downs.
I think every analytics book out there, Kate, said you got to go for it. You're in 4-down territory, down a couple scores here in the 4th. But now it's all about the defense. Can the defense come with a quick turnover or a stop to somehow, some way, spark a comeback?
The Miami offense headed out there now. And talk about a dream position, Brock. Heading out with 1st and goal waiting for him. They give it to Madison. And he will take it in. Touchdown, Miami. The Dolphins can put this out of reach as they make it a 16-point lead. They kept it on the ground as opposed to airing it out, and that time, well, Brock, the ground game paid off.
Well, these great rushing attacks down here that could score rushing touchdowns, it takes the whole party getting involved. Yeah, the burst of the running back was tremendous. How about the launch of his blockers right off the line of scrimmage? That's a touchdown the entire way, and it took the entire group offensively.
Patterson on for the extra point. And again, he whiffs on the point after. Oh, baby, the yips have hit in full force here. That is his 4th missed extra point of this game. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. No time just yet to figure out what's going wrong. After another miss, he's got to stay out there and send this one away. On the return, here comes Austin. This makes it up to the 25. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. All right, Steelers to the line now. 1st and 10. Operating from the gun. Here's Howard. He's looking deep once again. And the downfield call is going to go unanswered. Defender saw to that. That incompletion means it's 2nd down.
This rookie quarterback's going to have to file that one away as a little bit of a reminder. You can't stare down your primary target. You can get away with it in high school, even in college, but not in this league as that ball gets batted away.
2nd and 10 now. Howard. That's incomplete for the moment. We do have a flag down, but it might not be good news for their offense. That's usually where we see holding calls. You got a major fistful of jersey on that play, and it's going to end up costing them. Their work doubly is difficult now after that holding call. It's 2nd and 20. Throwing now. Howard. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete.
Hey, listen, drops happen in football, even from the best at every level. Nothing more to do but shake it off and move forward, because the next throw might be right back your way.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Here he goes, 3rd and long. Behind the line, he lost that football. But I believe a Steeler was first to that football. They make the recovery and keep possession.
A loss of 2 yards. It's 4th down.
Well, best of luck here. It's 4th and a considerable distance. 4th down, pass coming. And they don't get the catch they need there. Their hand was forced, Brock. Had to try and go for it, but they turn it over on downs. Now after that snap, there's an injured Dolphin still out there. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they go out to look at him. All right, Miami has its offense set, partner. Here comes 1st and 10. They give now to Madison. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that 1st down play. The Steelers calling their first timeout. They still have 2 to work with in this final quarter.
So close to a big loss of yards for those guys up front. 1 second sooner, and they got a tackle behind the line. But a stop to celebrate nonetheless.
Well, nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. To throw, here's Wilson. Nothing doing there as the 2nd down pass falls incomplete. Trying to find his tight end. So they're left facing 3rd and long.
And 10.
Still 10 yards to get this 1st down as they come to the line. They send the tight end in motion. 3rd and long for him here. This finds its target. That's Hill. Touchdown, Miami. The Dolphins have likely locked up the win right there. It seems like a lot of the time, Brock, even if the results aren't quite as flashy every rep, tight ends are even more reliable scorers than a lot of receivers are when it comes to the passing game.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but there's also a lot more real estate for them to work with, right? Think of the receivers. They got to deal with the sidelines, that 12th defender. Many of these tight ends, they've got a ton of field to work with, and when they prove to the quarterback they could be a difference maker, he'll look for them.
Patterson able to connect on the point after. And the Dolphins stretch the lead to 23.
Steelers 19.
Here's Patterson now to kick this away. Here comes Williams on the return. And he's brought down just inside the 25. Pittsburgh getting its offense all set to go. And the turnovers, Brock, a big reason they have played themselves out of this one. Hopefully they can keep it clean here, if nothing else.
Yeah, well, this drive isn't pertinent to this game maybe anymore, Kate. This drive is for next week. They just want something positive here to end the game and carry forward into the practices ahead.
And this will be stopped after a nice 6-yard pickup there on 1st down. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. 7 yards on that last play, so this is 2nd and 3. Back-to-back carries here. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. All set to go now from the 35. On first down, Howard finds his man over the middle. And good tackle, but a flag is
Personal
down,
foul.
likely
Roughing the
against the
passer.
defense. Well, he had a chance to pull up and avoid the hit, Brock, but we knew the outcome from the moment he decided not to. It made contact. That flag came out. Roughing the passer on that last play, and that's always going to lead to an automatic first down. To the air, Howard. And he has it along the sideline, but he got a little too close to that edge. They're going to say he's out of bounds. We got second down.
Incomplete.
The best of the best, they just have this intuition, Kate. They know where the boundary is without looking. This receiver's not quite at that level yet. He lost track of where he was, and he brought it in, but out of bounds.
They'll throw on 2nd and 10. And it looks great flying through the air, Brock, but problems on the business end as it falls to the ground. Third down coming up.
Incomplete.
You know what I like about this shot down the field, Kate? It keeps a defense honest. They know defensively, if we overcommit, we could get burned deep.
No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. Third and long, they're going to throw. He's throwing deep to the left side. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. And they're going to be stuck with a 4th and long.
Well, that took some force right there. That took some serious defensive effort to force the incompletion. You're not going to see a lot of guys ever let go of a football when they got a first down right in their midst. But that force, that contact, separated man from ball.
And he had it, but no, can't complete the process of the catch, and they wind up turning it over on downs. So after the play, we have the trainers headed out. Looks like a member of the Dolphins out there is in some discomfort. The Dolphins in pretty good field position here as they come up 1st and 10. From the pistol, here's Gordon. And they sent it straight ahead, but the front stops him after a gain of 3. Now we'll get a stoppage for an injured player as they're headed out to check on an injured Steeler. They'll come up after that 4-yard gain. It's 2nd and 6. Wilson now off the play action. That one's incomplete. Had the connection, but some stone hands got in the way there. Trying to find Jalen Waddle. And that makes it third down.
And 6 yards to
Man,
go.
with how hard it is, Kate, to get these plays down the field, you can't let the coverage off the hook with a drop. It just can't happen. But you're going to see it right here. He saw the open space ahead of him and started running before he ever brought the ball fully in.
Throw came out right as the defense got to him. That's an incomplete pass. Looking for his wide receiver there. And they're up against it. Fourth down coming up.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
And believe it or not, Brock, that's a new NFL record as he gets his 17th punt away. Following the play, we have an injured Steeler. The training staff out there to check on him as we take a pause. This will be the last play before our 2-minute warning. They'll run here on first down. And he gets him one as we come up to the 2-minute warning. That brings us to the 2-minute warning in Pittsburgh. Steelers trying to make it look a little nicer on that scoreboard. Last run only gained a yard. That means it's 2nd and 9. Now Howard to throw. Trying to push deep downfield. That's sent to the ground by a defender and incomplete. Would have been one for the highlight reel, but instead, they're facing 3rd down.
It's now 3rd down.
The ability to track the ball. Right, ball skills isn't just knocking it away, and that's a beautiful job there, Kate. The ball skills is also being able to track a ball on a deeper throw like that. If he doesn't swat it away, we're looking at a huge gain.
Howard throwing on 3rd down. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
Once that quarterback broke the pocket, kind of turns into like a zone read option a little bit, Kate. You got a couple choices. Keep it yourself or try to force the throw. There was nowhere to go. He really should have used his legs.
Down big, they're going to exhaust all options, it appears. The offense lining up to go for this. Throwing here, Howard. And they get to him and tackle him on the return, but will this turnover count? I don't know. There's a flag on the play. Yep, already got the stop and the turnover on down, so they're just going to decline that penalty. The receiver gets in on the handoff. They blew up the opening play of this drive. Love the aggressiveness from this defense.
Hey, it's not a sack, but these edge players love chasing down runs for negative plays and tackles for loss.
Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Oh, Brock, look at this. He's setting up to throw it. He takes it himself. And Wilson's going to slide down as he finds enough for the first.
It's a gain of 28 yards. That's
you know, Kate, back in the day, we had a slip and slide at practice for moments just like that. Actually practicing how to slide and get out of harm's way. Nice gain on the play and denied that defense yet another chance to take a shot on him.
Design run. Here's Wilson. He'll get 3, but much work left for him on 2nd and goal.
3 brings up 2nd and goal at the 6-yard line.
So it's a win for the visiting Dolphins. Man, this one is going to sting, partner. You pride yourself on defending your building, getting those home victories. Instead, you end up taking a bitter pill today in front of your own fans.
Well, as one coach famously said, we're on to Cincinnati. We're on to Cincinnati. That's all these guys could do after giving one up at home. Just look ahead to the next game. Focus on prepping for the next opponent and working your tail off, and make up for losing in front of the home crowd by giving your fans something to cheer about the next time out.